50 this time. I folded ace king, I swear. Maybe, out of position, it's tough to play.
Hi Melvin, how are we doing? Very well, very well. Thank you. Very glad to be here. Looking forward to a couple of exciting days of poker, and looks like we've got a hand straight away here. MJ with queens and Lupo with sixes in the small blind. MJ's raised it up to 26k. Lupo's made the call on the small blind. Okay, fantastic. Player to watch out for then. Jack high flop, nice for MJ. Do we know Lupo at all, or? Yeah. MJ continuing with the 90,000 C bet. And don't think Lupo will be continuing. And that's a quick first hand for MJ. Takes the first pot down. And yes, how's the festival been? Sounds like it's been an amazing couple of weeks. Guarantees smashed everywhere. Nice. Huge numbers for the huge numbers for the Hendon Mob Championship as well. Yeah. Yeah. Unbelievable, absolutely amazing figures. I'm sure Roland and the boys will be very happy with that. Were they sweating for a wee bit about the guarantee, or were they? Always. Perfect. Definitely live poker in rude health at King's as always. So interesting hand here. Two pair for Lupo, top pair for Casarotti in the big blind. MJ raised it up under the gun with Queen of Diamonds. He's missed. It's been checked across to Lupo on the button, and he'll certainly be looking to get some chips in the middle here. 123,000 pot, maybe a half pot size, something like that. Oh, I'm sure we'll. Very nice. We know what it is. We also last weekend we heard a slot jackpot go off as well, which made a fantastic noise. Didn't find out what the jackpot was, unfortunately, but I'm sure somebody was happy. So yes, 4 on the turn here. Lupo continued with a bet of 32,000, about a third of the pot, and Casarotti has stuck around with his top pair. 4 of hearts turn doesn't change anything. Lupo will still feel very good about his hand. and he fires out 125,000, 10 bigs. And difficult spot for Casarotti. He's probably not feeling great about it, but I think he is obliged to call with the flush draw board there. Plenty of hands, straight draws, flush draws that could be double barreling here. You would think King X would just check behind on the turn. 10 of clubs river misses the flush, but does bring in a potential straight. And Casarotti looks like he's going to lead out with a blockerish type bet. 25% of the pot. And that might be enough to slow Lupo down. I don't think he'll be folding, obviously, but oh, fantastic. Oh, Lemon Poker, yes, I know Lemon well. Yeah. No, we've met a couple of times. We met at Bratislava, WPT Bratislava, I think. Yeah. So, oh, Casarotti puts out the 25% blocker bet, and Lupo goes for the jam. 11 bigs more for Casarotti to call, but yeah. yes, definitely pleased not to get snapped there, Lupo. And this looks like a pretty grim spot now for Casarotti. Hard to see what you're beating. Tough top pair is always a tough fold, though. Limon, what are we doing here? We calling? We folding? Yeah.
It's not a game.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Chiquita Banana. Looking forward to seeing him in action. I'm sure he'll create some nice, fun hands. So Bogdanov with pocket nines raises it up to 26k, just slightly above the minimum. And Ibrahimi with King Queen, middle position, makes the call. Yes, I must have strung together a few decent results. Yeah. Wow. And Bruce. Wow, been quite the week for him. What is the prize for Player of the Year? Very nice. Lovely. Nice bit of added value. Oh, karaoke! Oh dear, that. I'm sure that'll be dangerous. So here we go. Casarotti with 7s on the button, and he's going to get some action from MJ in the small blind with King 10. Very nice flop for Casarotti. And a quick C-bet there from Casarotti gets the job done on the low paired board. Obviously, it's definitely easier with the real names. I'm not sure why the nicknames come up. Just presumably that is the way they're registered on the King system. I assume. But yeah, no. I mean, it is nicer to have the real names there. Allows you to do a bit of research on the players and maybe try to find out a bit more about them. But yeah, I'm sure everybody has their own individual reasons for wanting to do that. So yeah, up to them, I guess. We can't complain too much. Yeah. No, I've for sure. Well, what should we call this guy? Should we call him Lolol? Is that sound reasonable? Or 66? Just slams in the 37 big blinds. Yep. No, I mean, I think you probably want to go for a non-all-in size there. The button's going to be opening so wide. You want to try to keep in worse hands, but yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes he is going to wake up with a hand that he has to get it in with. But fortunately for Bogdanov, that was not one of those occasions. Don't want to play out of position. Yeah. Well, it's one of the best things about poker. Everybody can play their own game. There's no hard and fast rules, and it's one of the best things about tournament poker. Strategies change, situations change, and you have to be prepared to be able to change it up, move through the gears, and sometimes adjust your normal plays for the opposition you're against. And it'll be interesting to see whether we see much of that today. So we've got a raise from Choconaledzi under the gun, ace-9 off, and that just gets through. So 86 players left out of a field, total field of 1,053. Well, have fun, guys. Belt out one for me. I'm sure you'll do yourselves proud. See you soon, guys. Okay, we've got Chiquita Banana here. First time we're going to see him in action. Pocket fours under the gun. Raises it up to 32,000, 2.7 bigs. Quite a chunky size from under the gun. And yeah, get involved in the chat. Keeping up to date with everything on YouTube and Twitch. Be great to hear from you. Let us know if you're supporting anyone in particular. Any questions you may have about Kings or the schedule. Loads of great stuff coming up. Folded round. To the big blind, and Choconaledzi just lets that go. .7 sizing maybe doing the job there for Chiquita. Sporting a Team Pro badge there, I'm not quite sure what's that in reference to, but by all accounts, action player, somebody who's going to throw up a few interesting hands, I would imagine. And here's Kare Halama. Pocket queens, early position. 8.2 bigs, and he's going to ship it into the middle. He'll be hoping to get some action here. No luck thus far. Ibrahimi asking for the count. King 10 off, 55 bigs. I think probably a bit rich with two players still behind you to act. no action for Halama there, unfortunately. So Bogdanov raises it up to 26k. 2.2 big blinds with ace-5 of clubs from the hijack. Chikonaledze makes the call with king-7 of diamonds on the button. Apologies if the sound has just kicked in now. Hopefully that should be working for everybody on Twitch and YouTube. Please let us know if there are any further difficulties. So Chiquita Banana going for the 3-bet from the small blind with 10-4 of clubs. Love it. We know this guy's got some moves and looks like it's going to get the job done, and it does, and that's a lovely little steal from him. So yes, hopefully that should be everything sorted with the sound. My name is Richard Hayes. I'm a poker player, poker journalist, work for Poker News and World Poker Tour. Delighted to be here. I guess you probably missed the summary of the tournament that we gave at the start. So it's the 550 buy-in, 500k guaranteed festival main event. We've picked up the action in day 2, 83 players left. $91k up top for the win. Chiquita Banana, Jack 10 of hearts on the button, and he's going to open. Kare Halama with Queen Jack of diamonds in the big blind. He's going to defend. He's in the running for player of the series. 60-point lead at the top at the moment. 7 high flop. Checked through. Do the ace of hearts turn. And Halama's going to lead out here with Queen Jack, and that'll get the job done. And that's some nice play from Kare. King Jack for Ibrahimi in middle position. 21k on his Hendon Mob record at the moment. Opens to 2.1 bigs. Alama quickly folds King 10 diamonds in the small blind. Casarotti with King Jack of hearts in the big, and he's going to peel a flop. Nice hand to defend the big blind with, and some hearts will be interesting here. Both players with the same hand. 9 high flop. Check through. 9 pairs the board. Casarotti doesn't show any interest in trying to take a stab at the big blind favoured range board, and it's just checked through, and they'll chop it up. Yeah, let's have a look at some of the players' Hendon mobs here. Kari Halama, 22k. Casarotti, 60k. Bogdanov, 52k. Obviously can't find anything for the players with nicknames, unfortunately. Can't seem to find anything for Chikona Ledza there. And MJ with the chip lead at the moment at the table, very closely followed by Lupo. Halama bringing up the rear on 13 bigs, but still with room for manoeuvre. I believe the plan today is to play to the end of level 26. And then the players will return at 1 p.m. Central European time tomorrow for the final day. Probably be down to maybe 2 tables by then, maybe 3. We'll see how we go. Lolo with the snowmen under the gun. Makes it 25k, 2.1 bigs. And Chikona Ledza also with a pocket pair, pocket 5s. And looks like he's reaching for raising chips there. And he has produced the 3-bet to 7.3 bigs, 87k. Very interesting versus the under the gun open. Both playing almost exactly the same stack. MJ lets go of Queen Jack in the big blind. Lol thinking it through. Normally whenever your under the gun open is raised, it's normally a pretty tight range, and Chikona Ledza does get him to fold the best hand. That's a great outcome for him. And does he show? He did sort of toss the cards into the middle. I couldn't quite see whether they exposed themselves or not, but Ibrahimi having a good chuckle, Chikona Ledza having a good chuckle, so I think they probably did show it. And he'll be very pleased to get a 2-outer. Better hand to fold there. Everybody all smiles at the table. Nice to see everybody having a good chat, enjoying the social side of the game. Here's Lupo with King 10 in the hijack. Min opens. Lolol with ace 10 in the big blind, and he'll defend in a dominating position at the moment. Lupo with the positional advantage, and Lupo does hit the front on the King 9-8 flop. Some backdoors for Lolol, but not much else. Lupo continues with a bet of 18,000. Lolol is going to peel the turn. He does hit second pair on the 10 of diamonds turn. Two pair though for Lupo. He does check back, perhaps worried about Queen Jack. And a nasty card for Lupo, Queen of Clubs on the river, brings in the one card straight. Jack 9, Jack 8, Jack 10, all get there. So having checked back the turn, you would think he'll check it back now, but might try to go for some thin value. He does go for the bet now. And Lolol goes for the quick fold. Interesting, not betting the turn, but betting the river there. But got the correct outcome, or the desired outcome anyway. Pocket sixes for Ibrahimi under the gun. And big slick for Chiconaledza. Now he's just shown a 3-bet with fives against an under the gun open a couple of hands ago, and Ibrahimi most certainly saw that. They had a good chuckle about it. And that image may help him get paid here. Lolol with ace jack in the small blind, but starts to look small after an under the gun open and an under the gun 1-3 bet, and he does quickly get rid of it, no fuss. So back round to Ibrahimi. 5.5 bigs to peel the flop, 53 bigs behind. Conoledza looking very relaxed beside him. Praying to hear the words all in, I would guess. But Ibrahimi's gives a shake of the head and lets it go. Tap of the table. Conoledza doesn't show this time. Ibrahimi trying to get a bit of extra information out of Conoledza there. I think he's telling him he folded a pocket pair. Conoledza, I don't think he's giving anything away. Ibrahimi saying right on the line, I think. A reluctant fold, I think we can say. Conoledza going to go for the open under the gun with 10 8 of diamonds. Folded round to Bogdanov in the small blind with ace 9. He quickly gets rid. And Ibrahimi gives up king 6 in the big blind. So 2 pots in a row, 2 small pots in a row for Conoledza. And yeah, make sure you guys check out the upcoming schedule at King's. Jam-packed summer schedule. Got the Ola Poker Tour coming up next. 18th of June to the 23rd. 500,000 festival guarantee. And the People's Poker Tour coming up after that at the end of the month. 1 million guarantee on that. So yeah, if you've got a gap in your summer schedule, certainly do worse than getting yourself over to Rozvadov to play some poker. Low buy-ins, big guarantees, great structures, all the stuff that Kings is known and loved for. So MJ's gone for the raise out of the hijack with Jack 10 off. 3.8 big blinds, interesting sizing. Lawlaw's made the call on the cutoff with King Queen. King in the window, 6-4. MJ checks it across. I can't see this pot getting beyond. Flop, although MJ does have some back doors. But he does quickly let it go. And yeah, let's have a quick look at the payouts. 90k for first, 54 for second. Final table spot gets you just under 6k. Everybody at the start of day 2 had achieved a min cash of €1,185. I think we started the day with around about 133 players, down to 78 now. Yeah, 12.5% of the field got through each day one. Folded round to Chiconaledza in the small blind with ace jack of hearts. I think it's Chiquita Banana in the big blind, I think. And he goes for the raise to 3.8. And Chiquita's got some trash. And he folds, hoping to get a bit of info. Open folds, hoping to get a bit of info out of Chiconaledza, but he just sends his cards to the muck. Yeah, these days, both players reasonably deep. I think Chiconaledza 60 bigs, Chiquita Banana 45, 50. Quite often these days you would now see a limp from the small blind, even with a hand as strong as ace jack suited. Maybe looking for some some limp raise spots, trying to keep in all the worst hands. But Chiconaledza electing to take the aggressive approach there and try to build the pot early. Unfortunately for him, the big blind didn't have anything he could get involved with.
Okay. One bonus for you.
Apologies for the sound difficulties earlier. I think it might have sounded at certain points that I was talking to myself. Did have two other colleagues in the booth, but I don't think their sound was working properly, so may have sounded like I was having a few conversations by myself, but I think we've got that sorted now, so we should have some guests joining us at various points during the stream today. So here's Chiconaledza opening to 32,000 with ace 5 in the button. Chiquita Banana with the 3-bet from the small blind with ace queen, and Chiconaledza quickly lets it go. So 91k up top, 55k for second. So looking at a 36,000 heads up match at some stage tomorrow, equivalent to 65 buy-ins. And I'm sure some of the field are starting to let themselves dream of an almost 6-figure paycheck. MJ going for a big opening size again, 3.8 with 10-8 of diamonds. Early position. And Halama with King Jack of Hearts in the big blind, 11 big blinds. He won't like the opening size, but does appear to be MJ's standard size thus far. He does make the call, Flop comes 10 high. MJ hits the front. Halama checks it across to him. And he quickly folds in the face of a bet from MJ.
Artistic.
Bogdanov making a bit of a mess of his fold there. Round to Lupo on the button, but 5 deuce off. Isn't going to be enough. Queen 9 for Halame in the small blind, and he decides that's enough to jam his 6.4 bigs, and he gets it through. He'll be pleased with that. Casarotti folding king high in the big blind. King 4. Good play from Halama. Taking the opportunity to accumulate some dead chips whenever it presented itself. Only one player to get through. King Queen for Lolol under the gun. Blinds now 8-16-16. Neiman opens to 32k. Ibrahimi with the pocket 5s. Makes the call. Middle position. Heads up to the flop. Ten, 6-6. Ibrahimi ahead. Lolol's going to continuation bet. $33k, and Ibrahimi makes the call. Pretty standard thus far. 7 of spades turn. Slows Lolol down with king high. Ibrahimi's going to look for some protection, and that bet gets the job done. And he moves up to 45 big blinds. And yeah, haven't really had many major confrontations yet. I'm sure the poker gods will have some fun stored up for us soon. Ibrahimi with 5s again. I think that's maybe the 4th time he's had them in 22 hands. Groundhog Day for him. Min opens again. Chiquited Banana with the ace-4 suited. Going to make the call. And Casarotti with ace-jack on the button off 18 bigs. Decides to just call. Could have been a potential 3-bet jam spot. Oh no, he does go for the 3-bet. 63k. Very small, 3.9. And wow, MJ's got ace-queen of diamonds in the small blind. And just as I was hoping for some carnage, it has been presented to ourselves. He does just make the call in the face of Casarotti's 3-bet. Ibrahimi's priced in really with the 5s, and probably Chiquita Banana is as well. I mean, it's the 3-bet from Casarotti was so small. Banana maybe thinking about 4-bet jam and trying to isolate Casarotti and his 18 big blind total stack. Decides to just make the call and 4-way to a flop. This could potentially get very interesting. And there we go, 5 in the window for Ibrahimi. Unfortunately for him, everybody else has missed. Check to him, he fires out bet of 115,000 into the 270 odd pot. Everybody gets out of the way quickly. MJ left with the ace-queen of diamonds in the small blind. Pretty ugly looking flop for him. And looks like he's going to take one last forlorn glance at his cards before disposing of them, and he does. And Ibrahimi shows the set. Disappointed to get no action. So yeah, unfortunate flop there really. Shame that everybody bricked apart from Ibrahimi. And yeah, very interesting 3-bet size from Casarotti. Didn't make a meal of it whenever he missed the flop, just got out of the way. And the Cowboys for Lupo. and then raises. And ace queen again for MJ, 2 hands in a row, this time on the button. Just makes the call, which brings Bogdanov along in the big blind with queen 10. So 3-way to the flop. Interesting decision to just flat from MJ. 7 high flop, so Lupo still in great shape. Everybody else has bricked again. And he sizes up 80k into the 120k pot, and that gets both of his opponents out of the way, and Lupo shows the kings. Everybody very happy to give away information whenever they've got it, it seems. And here's a quick look at the chip counts. Been a good start to the stream session for Ibrahimi. He's chipped up to just under 940k. Halama still hanging in there with 8 big blinds. He'll be desperate to finish as deep as possible, considering he's leading the Player of the Series leaderboard at the moment. But yeah, all quite tight really between 4th and 1st. And Bogdanov, Chiquita Banana and Lolo all very tightly packed as well. Queen 10 of clubs for Chiquita Banana, early position. And he raises it up to 36k. Casarotti with King Queen. Just flats in the hijack off 14 bigs. And MJ comes along with ace 5 suited in the cutoff, as does Bogdanov. King Jack in the small blind. And Ibrahimi's almost got a price for any 2 here. 10-4 of diamonds. Looks like he's going to get rid. Don't mind appeal there for such a small amount with suited cards. So 4-way to the flop. And flush draw for Banana. 7-3, 2 clubs, 2 of spades. MJ with the gut shot wheel draw. And Chiquita Banana has fired out a big bet there by the looks of things. 115k into the 176,000 pot. And I think that will result in the end of the hand. MJ does have backdoor flush draw to go with the gut shot. Might want to see a turn, but it's a chunky price, and he does quickly fold, as does Bogdanov. And Chiquita Banana takes that down with the queen high flush draw. Hiya, the Festival OG in the Twitch chat. Good to have you with us. Yep, do get involved in the chat. Any comments on any hands? Anyone you're particularly supporting? Any poker chat in general? Queen 8 of hearts for Lupo. Under the gun 1. He raises it up to 32k. And jacks for Chiconaledza in the big blind. Puts in the 3-bet. And Lupo wants him to show if he folds. 3-bet to 131k. Can't see Lupo taking too much time to consider this. They've perhaps had some previous history in the tournament, maybe. Three times you've 3-bet me, he says. And Chiconaledza shows the jacks.
After the flop, this way, correct 3-bet.
And the 3-bet gets the table seal of approval there. Jacks get a bad rep, but you know, I don't mind them.
You don't want that I call.
Ace Queen's the killer hand for me.
Checks out of position is tough. Very tough to play.
Ace Jack for Casarotti. And he's run into Big Slick with MJ behind him. Middle position versus middle position. Now you would think Casarotti has min opened off his 11 big blind stack to give him room to fold if he deems it necessary, but he's decided to go for it. MJ gets the snap call, and we've got our first all-in and call at the stream table so far. Casarotti in big trouble, and MJ with the covering stack, so Casarotti's going to need some help, otherwise he'll be heading the reel. 9 high flop. 10 would be good for Casarotti. 6 of clubs. MJ has the king of clubs, so Casarotti's outs go down. And he's down to just 2 outs. And it is the 7 of diamonds. Casarotti takes his leave. Unfortunate to run into the bigger ace. Hand played itself, really nothing that could be done. And that's our first exit from the stream table. I'm sure we'll get another player in shortly. And Halama, still the table's short stack. He'll have to make some moves soon. Folded round to the blinds. Chiquita banana, ace queen. Beautiful. And raises it up to 40k. 2.5 bigs. Lupo with jack 3 of diamonds. Reasonable defend, blind on blind, but decides to just let it go. And again, Chiquita shows the goods. It's a brilliant table. Every time somebody's got a hand, they just turn it over and let everybody know. No worries about giving away information, apparently. Trying to plant a seed there for future blind on blind battles, maybe. But I mean, personally, I hardly ever show our cards if I don't have to, but can prove useful sometimes. We'll see how the table's honesty works out in due course. MJ, King Jack under the gun, and he'll get involved. And Chiconaledza, ace queen in the cutoff. And he's not been scared to 3-bet thus far. Does decide to just make the call this time though. Wary of the under the gun open range. That lets Chiquita Banana come along with 3s on the button. And Halama gets rid of King High in the big blind. So 3-way to the flop. King in the window, 2 pair for MJ. Gut shot for Chiconaledza. So may see some chips going into the middle here. MJ checks. Checked across to Chiquita. And he's going to take a stab at it with his underpair. Or no, thinks better of it. Decides to check it back, and the 10 on the turn binks the nut straight for Chiconaledza, and a very big pot could be brewing here. MJ comes out firing, 190k in the middle, 75k. I think I like in both options. I think a call and a raise are fine here. Gone for the raise, 175k. Bit more than a min click. And MJ is going to stick around for the river. Needs a king or a jack to fill up. And it's the 9 of hearts. That does bring in the 1 card, queen high straight, and that may save MJ some chips here. King queen goes ahead, jack queen goes ahead, queen 10, which might appeal to the flop, which would appeal to the flop, goes ahead. So that's a terrible river card for Giacomo really. Almost any other, certainly any low card beneath 7, say 8, is almost certainly going to be getting paid. 540,000 in the middle. And Giacomo goes for small bet, 185,000. And this looks sort of very value-y. Hoping MJ has a queen and can raise him possibly, but I think MJ can just call here, see the bad news, but realise that he's probably got away with losing the min, primarily due to that river. And he does quite aggressively throw in a calling chip. I think he knows he's beat. Probably makes it, or should make it slightly less of a bitter blow, in that he can see he was in bad shape on the turn, and the river has almost certainly saved him some money. So chunky pot there for Giacomo, but could potentially have got a lot more on a lot of different rivers there. So an interesting hand. Let us know what you think in the chat about that one. Pocket 10s for Ibrahimi. He's got a lot of pocket pairs so far. I think he's had 5s about 4 or 5 times. Better one this time. Has already hit a set. Unfortunately, everybody else completely missed the flop, so didn't get any action, but it was a chunky enough pot by itself anyway by that stage. And he's got some callers with Lupo on the button with Queen 9 of hearts, and MJ in the big blind with 8-7 of hearts. 2 nice suited hands. 5 high flop, so Ibrahimi in great shape, and he'll continue to bet. 55k into the 129k pot. MJ has the gut shot. Lupo has back doors, and he decides he wants to peel a flop. And MJ sticks around as well, so still 3-way to the turn. Ibrahimi won't want to see a spade, and it is the jack of spades. He's still ahead, but scary looking card for him, and it is checked through to Lupo. Queen high. No back doors now, no real showdown value. Is that the chance to have a stab at it? But he decides to check it back. And King of clubs rolls off on the river. Ibrahimi still good, but certainly at risk of having this pot taken away from him if somebody comes out betting here. And MJ looks like he's having a think about it, but decides to check. Ibrahimi fires out a bet of 75k. Sort of blockerish type size. Doesn't want to check at the Lupo and face a 75-80% bet. Thinks he can find out where he is now. And Lupo looks to be having a think with Queen High. But does fold, as does MJ. And Ibrahimi takes that one down, moves up to over $1 million. Again, shows the goods. And he's on to 1.1 million, almost 70 bigs.
You're ahead, still ahead. You know. That's it.
On to the next hand. Hand number 30. And pocket nines for Lupo in the cutoff. Gives a bit of a grimace before he raises.
Yeah, I should have bet the turn. You're beating nothing. But I was not worried about you.
And Lolol in the big blind with 7-6 off. He's going to peel. And it's heads up to the flop.
There's two in the hands. I will play it.
7 in the window. Second pair on King 7 deuce. Lupo still be feeling pretty good about the nines. Does check it through. 8 of clubs. You could certainly understand Lolol thinking there's a reasonable chance he's ahead after Lupo checked that back. So he's going to fire out a small bet, 20,000. Lupo going to make the call, also has the 9 of clubs. And it is the Queen of clubs, and that will probably be checked through. Yep, and Lupo takes it down with the 9 high flush. And that puts Lupo over the 50 big blind mark. Looks like we have a new player joining us. This is Giuseppe Grappuso of Italy, coming in with a 1.34 million stack, I believe. So that is a very chunky stack. I think that would put him into the chip lead at the table. So, yep, a couple of racks there. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the table dynamics. And Halama announces all in with King 10 from the hijack for his just under 6 big blind stack. And looks like he's going to get a customer in MJ with Ace Queen. So Halama in trouble, current leader of the player of the series leaderboard. Stands up out of his chair, looking for that extra 5% equity. We all know it gives you whenever you need it. He looks confident, gives it the fist pump. And he hits top pair on the 10-9-6 flop. Some kind of soothsayer. Knew it was coming. Let's see, can he hold 8 of clubs? MJ, no clubs. Jack would give him the straight. Any ace, any queen, any jack, any 7 up and down straight draw now. Lots of outs, 10 outs. But Halama still 72% favourite, and it is the 8 of spades to send him the double up. And it was almost like it was never in doubt. And that puts him up to 14 big blinds out of the danger zone. Wee bit of room to play. You can maybe pull off some 3-bet bluffs. You got some fold equity. And there we can see Krapuso has just joined the table. 1.34 million ahead of Chikona Ledze. 1.24. Veritable United Nations here. Italian, Georgian, Kosovan, German, Israeli, another Italian, Danish, Finnish and Iranian. Always love to see a wide variety of nationalities at the table. Always makes it good fun. And, you know, just further proof how popular this wonderful game is worldwide. Folded round to Bogdanov in the small blind with ducks. Haven't really seen him get involved thus far. Decides to ship it. Ibrahimi rubs his hands, don't think he's looked at his cards yet, but sees that he's not got a call in hand. But Bogdanov will be delighted because any hand looks dangerous for deuces, but he got that through. Yeah, he's laughing, saying, I knew it would be a flip. Let's see if we can get a bit of info on Garoppolo. Sorry, Grapuso. 31k in Hand and Mob's results. Best live cash 7.8. And yeah, looks like he's a reasonable regular in Rosvedov at Kings.
You missed your big blind, really?
And a wee dealer change. So yeah, MJ's fallen to the bottom of the standings after that previous hand. 14 bigs, 220,000. And the top three starting to pull away a bit from the rest. Nearly 20 big blind gap between Ibrahimi in third and Lupo in fourth. Seven of diamonds for Lupo under the gun. Love these suited connectors. Can get you in trouble from early positions. But perfectly fine to open. Can't just have absolute premiums in your under the gun open range. And these type of hands, which have good playability post-flop, are nice ones to mix in. MJ with pocket jacks in middle position, 14 bigs. And gone for a non-all-in 3-bet size, 56,000, 3.5 bigs. I would have thought the more natural decision would have been the 3-bet jam there. And Lupo sort of priced in. Does look very strong, the 3-bet off the shortish stack. And Lupo does peel. And he hits second pair on the Queen 7-5 flop. Second pair for MJ though with pocket jacks. And he does just rip it. Lupo asks for the count. MJ will be concerned about that, will have been hoping for a snap fold. Gives Lupo a glance. It's more than a pot-sized bet. So, you know, weak queen X's don't necessarily snap you off here. It's still worth some thought. The 3-bet pre off 14 bigs does suggest serious strength. But do aces, kings, ace queen just rip it in here when it's checked to them? I guess Lupo has to ask, does he do this with, if it's not Queen X, does he do it with jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s? We can see here that MJ has done it with jacks, but he's sort of turning the best hand into a bluff almost. I mean, I think he was hoping for a snap fold. Once it's gone this amount of time, if you do get called, you've got to think jacks probably are good, and you're maybe getting called by 10s, 9s, something like that. But Lupo does, I think, yep, he does get rid of it, and that's a good fold. And MJ moves up to 20 big blinds. The tradition of table honesty being continued here. Lupo saying he folded a 7, and MJ telling him it's a good fold. I probably would have told him he was good, but guess they know they'll find out in half an hour from the stream anyway, so maybe what's the point. Ace Jack suited for Halama under the gun, 12 bigs. Sort of awkward stack sizes. I think at that stack size you can get called by worse, even from a shove under the gun, and he does go for it. And Bogdanov with 7s. He's playing 19 bigs, so a good chunk of his remaining stack. But he does cover him. Oh, and he's quickly folded after getting towards the end of the count. Gets out of the way. And Lupo also with an ace. Ace 10. Halama has him just pipped. I thought he'd actually folded there, turning his cards over, but was maybe trying to get a indication from Halama as to whether Ace 10 was in good shape. Pained. And he does make the call, and he's going to get the bad news. And Halama looking in great shape for a second double up. This would get him right back in it. King, Queen, 5. Halama still good. Both players with gut shots. King pairs the board. Some chop possibilities now. But Halama still a big favourite for the double up. And it is the King of Spades river, and that is a chop, and that is very unfortunate for Halama. Very unfortunate indeed. Try again, he says. Here's Grapuso. Looks like this may be the first time we'll see him in action since he's joined the table. King Queen under the gun, current table chip leader. Blinds are now up to 10, 20k. And he makes it 40 under the gun. Folded to Lupo in the small blind, who gets rid of a weak ace, and Halama gets out of the way with 8 high, and Grapuso just takes that one down. MJ with ace-9 under the gun. And he's going to open. And goes quite a big size, 3 big blinds. And Chiquita Banana with pretty hand, King Queen suited. He makes the call. And everybody else gets out of the way, so heads up to the flop. Chiquita covers MJ and has the positional advantage. MJ coming from under the gun with the range advantage. And it hits Chiquita in the face with top pair. King 8-6, 2 hearts. Neither player has any hearts. MJ checks across. MJ has some backdoor straight draws, but that's about it. That looks like a big bet. 100k into 170, and can't see MJ peeling a turn at that price. And he does quickly release his hand. And Chiquita again shows the king. Just so much free information being given at this table. King 9 for Chikonaledze. Lets it go. Grapuso in the small blind asks to see big blind stack. And he raises the 60k with 10-5, and MJ with the exact same hand, different suits, and he makes the fold. And yeah, some huge events coming up at King's over the summer. Czech Poker Masters, start of July. European Poker Masters, sorry, Euro Poker Million, 2 million guarantee on the main event, 590 buy-in. 8th of July to the 22nd of July. 80-minute blinds in that one, fantastic structure. And that'll certainly be one to watch. Nine-7 of clubs for Chiquita Banana in middle position. And he'll raise it up to 52k. No action thus far into the blinds. King Jack for Lolol, 15 bigs. He knows Chiquita has been playing quite a few hands. Decides to just defend. Heads up to the flop. Ace high definitely favours Chiquita Banana's range. You would expect Lolol to be moving all in with most aces in the big blind off his short stack, and it is an easy continuation bet and fold. And Chiquita doesn't show it this time, so I think we can assume anytime he doesn't show his hand, he's probably bluffing. He's showed it every other hand. He showed it every other time he's had it. Any kind of top pair or blah blah blah, he's immediately showed it. So I think that might have been what what Lolol was alluding to there. Jack 8 suited for Lupo. Decides to let it go in middle position. Halama moves all in with the pocket threes from the hijack, just under 10 bigs. And looks like he will get it through. So field down to 70 players now. Next pay jump is at 61. He's 5 of diamonds for Chikonaledze under the gun. He's been quite quiet for a while, hasn't really had any hands. And goes for a very unorthodox open size of 4.3 bigs under the gun. Chiquita Banana with the 8-7 of clubs. Thinks about it, but lets it go against that size. Halama quickly lets go with King 10 of diamonds. And Ibrahimi isn't going to be interested in playing that. Everybody lamenting the expense to see the flop in that hand due to Chikonaledze's sizing. Can't find anything on the Hendon mob for him, so perhaps not the most experienced tournament player, maybe cash game player, maybe online, but can't seem to find any live tournament record at the moment. Raposo only played one hand since he sat down. Very patient. Bogdanov is 4 suited on the button. And he raises to 45,000. And Chikonaledze makes the call with the ace-7 in the big blind. So we are off to a flop. Chikonaledze in good shape at the moment. Chops certainly a possibility, but we'll see. And he does go ahead with the second pair on King 7-3. Check through. Jack of spades. Check through again. And Bogdanov does now pick up a pair of 4s. Chikonaledze might be able to get some thin value here, but he does just check it through. And Bogdanov sees the bad news. Thought that river might have got him there, but just took it to showdown, so it didn't cost him anything. folded round to Lolol in the hijack. Ace-8 of spades, 13 bigs. Goes for the 2.5 big blind open, 250k. Bogdanov quickly gets rid of King Jack. And Chiconaledze has woke up with pocket kings and just snap jams it. No time for thought. And that leads to Lolol quickly getting out of the way. I think it was pretty clear he was in bad shape after the speed of Chiconaledze's action. Carey looks like he's got some support on the rail, giving them the thumbs up. I think they're talking about the leaderboard, still confirming these 60 points in front at the moment. Winner gets a package to Malta, I believe. So some nice added value for him to be concerned about. And he'll be very keen to get as much out of this 12 big blind stack as he can. Looks like a solid player. He's done everything right so far off those awkward stack sizes. And King Queen for Lolol. Looks like he's going to raise and leave himself a very small amount behind. Oh no, just a 22.5k raise. No, that can't be right. 42.5k must be. Chiquita with an ace in the big blind asks how much he has left behind. Has him well covered, but folds, and Lupo will get out of the way in the big blind as well. Don't think the graphics were right there. I think he'd opened and left himself with around 20,000 behind, I think. Certainly there were only a small amount of those red chips left in his stack.
You still have two things. Don't worry. And hit the fourth. 10.
9-3 for Chiquita Banana on the button. That's not going to be good enough for him. Lupo in the small blind with Jack 8. And he completes. And Halama has woken up with Cowboys in the big blind. He's not going to mess around, but he's not going to get any action, unfortunately. Lupo thinks he's maybe pulling a fast one, but again, Carey just shows him the goods. And anybody wondering about what their opponent may have had in a hand at this table so far has generally not been left disappointed. Normally, it's just been exposed. And dead even at the top between Shikonaledze and Grapuso. Bit of a gap to Ibrahimi in third with just over 1 million. The top two on 1.4 basically. And then MJ bringing up the rear on 11 bigs. Still a stack to work with, not in the immediate danger zone, no need to panic. Players playing at a good pace, getting through the hands reasonably quickly. Always good to see. Ibrahimi with pocket nines. He's been Mr. Pocket Pairs so far. He's had fives, he's had tens. Fives on numerous occasions, pocket tens. And now pocket nines. And he makes it 2.6 big blinds to go from middle position. Lupo on the button with King Jack. And he makes the call. And Grapuso with ace-5 in the big blind. And he's going to come along as well. So that's three-way to the flop. And wow. Trip fives for Grapuso. 5-6-5. Looks great for Ibrahimi with the pocket nines. He does check it over to Lupo, who checks it through. Some nice pot control from Ibrahimi there. 4 of spades on the turn, and this still looks like a great board for Ibrahimi. Grapuso is going to look for some value now. And he bets out a third, 60k in the 183k pot. Ibrahimi just calls, which is nice. Grapuso does have pretty much all the 5x, all the 7-8s. 2 of Diamonds River is a brick. And Ibrahimi still got to be feeling pretty good about his hand, but I think he will be calling off most sizes here from Grapuso. 306,000 in the pot, goes for half pot size, 150k, and it's very tough for Ibrahimi to get rid of this. 3x does get there with the 1 card straight, ace 3, 3-4, 3-4 suited maybe that might have defended in the big blind, but I think, yeah, Ibrahimi has to make the call really. You know, you're beating too much ace 6, 6-7, and you know, potential bluffs from a board that does heavily favour the big blind defend range. So tough spot for Ibrahimi there. Taps the table. Nice hand for Grapuso, and he just continues to stack up chips. It would have been interesting if Grapuso had checked that turnover again, because I'm sure Ibrahimi would have bet. And a check raise there would have put him in an interesting, tough spot. But yeah, Ibrahimi losing the min there. A nice check back on the flop. Probably saved him quite a few chips. Nines for Halama. And moves all in for 13 bigs on the button. And Grapuso has fours in the small blind, asks for the count. Halama got very unlucky in his last all-in. Was in good shape going to the river, but it ended up in a chop. So 12 bigs for Grapuso to make the call. And looks like he is going to. Just counts out the chips, in fact, seeing what the damage would be if he comes off on the wrong end. Does make the call. MJ gets out of the way in the big blind. And Halama at risk, but in great shape. Just 2 outs for Grapuso at the moment. All clear for Halama, and picks up a gut shot as well. 5 of diamonds on the turn, so only a 4 on the river. Otherwise, Halama gets the double up. And it's close. 3 of spades. And Halama up to 28 bigs now. Done well, has waited for his spots, has taken them when they've arisen. And up to a very playable stack now. I believe there will be a break in a couple of hands. Chikonaledze, East 10, middle position. And goes for another chunky open size, 4.3. And folded round to Lulu. Sorry, lol, in the big blind with ace 2, and he'll just get out of the way.
Now you never will know. Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Connor leads it. King Jack can go for the second open in a row. This time makes it 3 big blinds. And you know, really normally you want to go for uniform open sizes from most positions at the table. He's went bigger with ace-x in early position, and you don't really want to be giving away those kind of sizing tells, but he gets that one through, so nobody will get that info, but people will be picking up on that at the table, and we'll see whether that causes any issues for the Georgian down the line. You know, normally under the gun you want to be opening the same size with aces as with 8-7 suited. Certainly the same size with ace-5 suited as King Jack suited, or King Jack off indeed, as was the case there. King 8 of spades in the muck from Chiquita Banana. Ace-7 for Halama, and he bins that. And Grapuso with King Queen in the hijack. Chip leader at the table currently. Min opens to 40k. And you know, there you can see the difference. Grapuso has maintained the same open size at every level thus far. MJ makes the call in the cutoff with ace-7. Dolly Parton 9-5 for Ibrahimi in the big blind. Field is priced in and is going to make the call. So 3-way to the flop. Top pair for Grapuso, second pair for Ibrahimi. On the King 5-4 2 diamonds flop. MJ also has the ace of diamonds, so a bit of something for everybody. Check to Grapuso, he puts out a bet of 50k. MJ thinking about peeling with the backdoor flush draw and the backdoor straight draws, but does get out of the way. As does Ibrahimi. Good fold there from him, and Grapuso takes down another one over the 1.5 million mark now. And the next hand will be the last hand before the break. And yeah, quite a big gap opening up now between Grapuso, Ciccone and the rest of the table. Ibrahimi in third with 37 big blinds, and Ciccone and Grapuso both above 75. MJ still the short stack, 7 big blinds. And yeah, over a quarter of the table, of the chips at the table, sitting in front of Grapuso, who I think has won pretty much every pot he's played thus far. So yes, last hand before the break, I believe. Just a quick dealer change. And yeah, shout out to all the dealers and the tournament staff. Done a fantastic job the last couple of weeks, as they always do at King's. Extremely busy, extremely hard working. And they always do their best to give the players the best experience they can. Ace 9 for Lupo. Decides to bin it. And the snowmen for Grapuso. Again, min open from middle position. Nice and consistent. MJ makes the call on the hijack with Queen 10 off 6.6 bigs. Unconventional, certainly. And Ibrahimi makes the call in the small blind with Ace 8. So three-way to the flop, and the set off snowmen for Grapuso. The case 8 in the deck. Wow. Second pair for Ibrahimi. Gut shot for MJ. 2 overcards. And we definitely could see some action here. Ibrahimi also has the ace of diamonds, backdoor diamond draw. Ibrahimi leads out with a bet of 55,000. And Grapuso just makes the call. Nice, sets the trap. And this could be a spot where MJ decides to get his 5 big blind stack in. 2 overcards, a gut shot, 10 diamonds. It was a slightly strange flat pre, maybe. About a third of his stack is already in there. But he does decide to let it go. Looks slightly frustrated. And 5 of clubs pairs the board, gives Grapuso the full house. Ibrahimi drawing dead, and he's going to continue to fire at it. It does look like a good card for him. 45k. And Grapuso going for the raise. Can still get action from plenty of hands. Flush draws, straights, 6-7. Two pairs, 9-8, but obviously that's unlikely given Grapuso's hand. And Ibrahimi does make the call. With just the 8. And it's only a question of how much more Ibrahimi is going to lose here. The king of spades. Should be reasonably irrelevant. Grapuso shouldn't really have any king X unless he has king 9 at this point. And he does move in, and Ibrahimi just quickly folds. And that is another nice pot for Grapuso, almost up to 1.8 million, 93 bigs. And that is the break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. So please do join us on the other side. There is the current state of play. Rapuzzo 1.868 million, 93 bigs. Giacomo Ledza 1.45, 73. And they have quite a bit of lead over the rest of the table. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so.
Going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no, like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. Very, you know, incognito sort of situation. But yeah. It's a skill in itself to use this psychology to your advantage. Relax. Wow. Wow. Everything. I'm relaxed. Oh. Everything. He's actually this bro. This is crazy. You can see it. We saw Ace Queen folded previously. I severely doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again. Well, they're in the money now, and we're five-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the island since. Lots of apple juice. So, SM and ICM have been a load of BS for the rich. ICM for the poor money. I'm glad you wanted this for my money is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold. Because of one calculator all I want. I can say for one. And my just go. Was two shorter stacks. So we tried to put that into the calculator and it said that Ace Queen suited was a fold. Certain range. So what Leon is capable of. On this occasion, clearly, just dominating. Seven, four, 6, 5, 6 and 5, 6 and 5. I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon. Yeah. Gotta be now. Just has to avoid the king of kings. Kings of Leon. It is the three of hearts. Bravo, you have aces. Come. I don't think you have aces. Come. You have aces. Come. And we split. How much is it? A lot. I know. 2, 3 million. Can you count it for me? Yeah, count it for it. You count. Maybe I'm not the bubble boy. What the hell? Leon just going to straight up slam a jam. You have to nearly 50 big blinds. Until the over 45 bigs here. Queen 10 suited into Foxen. Foxen has an absolute powerhouse of a hand here. With Ace Queen of Diamonds. Well, I don't know if he wants to call this amount of chips. It's now or never. It's now or never. Da-da-da-da. No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be mine tonight. That's the song, yeah. 2,200,000. 2,700,000. What do you make of this? Something like that. Surely, a little bit more. You got a call here against. Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold on your opposition like this, it's such a close empty. You want to run the risk of calling here and be up against
That's it.
two live cards.
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
That is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically, it's going to be correct.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You're in bad shape.
You just showed us.
No, it doesn't.
Did I make them all? Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, he's double where I'm living.
Yeah,
Nothing, right?
I wish I had known. Those seem.
Be the first. It's not money, you know. Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader. Okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even, and then I lost. You know, it was incredible. I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14.5 hours of jet, you know, is
Uh-oh. Attack on the button here. With the aces. Zhu with the ace king. Foxton, the original opener with pocket fives in the hijack. We've got action. This is a very big cooler situation here for Zhu.
poi cazzo, questo è bruttissimo mano, tutti dentro, sai, vedi quello lì, quello là, incredibile, pass.
Zhu all in, Foxton out of the way. The trap was set
non stare là dentro.
to precision.
Sono
Although
contentissimo di
nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call.
non stare in questo.
We might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti, lui jack, con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack pure non è facile, Jack
E che fai?
insomma
Che fai?
in qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is the deuce. And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in 7th place.
Thank you, brother.
That means all 6 remaining players guaranteed at least €65,000.
You in the money? Yeah.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah, some of this table talk reminds me of some Irish players for sure.
Yeah.
Of course, Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo. In Harry Potter periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono in pericolo, mi serve la carta però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. Lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few sharks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
Phone, you look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If you do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking, I don't know, opposite. I'm just asking, can you double me up, yes or no? I go 650, 650, you know, 650. 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant. This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6-7.
Oh,
So there's that. Just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cuore mi serve. 5 di cuore che fanno male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Au! Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8.
E vai.
An amazing card.
Un altro.
Hello and welcome back to our stream coverage of day 2 of the festival main event. Huge 550 buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed prize pool, 91,000 up top for the winner. And that was an interesting first session. Very good first session for Grapuso and Ciccone. As you can see, they've built up a significant lead over the rest of the table there. And Grapuso has stretched out in front by himself. 76 big blinds to Ciccone 58. MJ at the bottom with 4 big blinds. He's going to have to make a move soon. Bogdanov has been very patient, hasn't had many hands, has been pretty card dead. Thanks for joining us. Please do get involved in the chat. Let us know your thoughts on play so far, whether you're supporting anybody in particular. We should be underway here shortly. Loads of amazing events coming up at King's on the summer schedule. If you get on to kings-resort.com, you'll see the full schedule there. Highlight being, I think, the Euro Poker Millions 2 million guarantee main event, 590 buy-in, 80-minute blinds, amazing structure, and plenty of other great stuff to come before that. The Ola Poker Tour next up, starting on the 18th of June, and then straight after that, the People's Poker Tour, starting on the 25th. So just a compact schedule, big festival after big festival, exactly what Kings is known for. So yeah, if you've got a gap in the diary, definitely get yourself over to Rozvadov. Kings can sort you out transfers from numerous airports, Munich, Prague, Nuremberg, all different kinds of accommodation to suit all budgets. So yeah, hopefully see you over here. Blinds are now 10, 25k with a 25k big blind empty. And Halama raises it up to 55k with King 9 of diamonds. But doesn't look like he'll get any action And Chiquita does fold 10 high in the big blind. And ace jack of diamonds for Grapuso. Early position. King 10 of diamonds for Lolol. Obviously playing under a nickname. 10 big blinds and decides to wait for another spot. Fives again for Ibrahimi. I think that's at least the 5th time he's had pocket fives. Hit a set with them once. Couldn't get any action. And we'll be hoping he can peel another set. But he may not get to see a flop. Chiquita banana with ace king in the small blind. 22 big blinds. You would think this is a mandatory all in. Maybe we see a non-all in 3-bet size, but he does move it into the middle. 560,000. And once Grapuso has opened and received a flat, it does increase the chances that this will be a potentially light squeeze from banana. So definitely a decision for Grapuso, but ace jack of diamonds does start to look small in the face of this action. And a quick fold from Grapuso. Looks like a solid player from what we've seen so far. And Ibrahimi follows suit. And that's some nice dead money scooped up for Chiquita banana. I'm sure he would have liked to call, but still smiling. That hand causing a fair amount of discussion at the table. People trying to get an indication out of Chiquita what he had. He has tabled a lot of hands. You see it for Ibrahimi in the hijack. Pumps it up to 50k. Field is now down to 60 players. And Halama defends the big blind with Jack 3 of diamonds. 2 pair for Ibrahimi on the ace queen 8 flop. but he won't get any action from Halama. And his 50k c-bet takes it down. Hello to Stefan and RCG1 in the YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us. MJ has raised to 50k, 2 big blinds off his 4.6 big blind stack under the gun with Jack 10 off. Got a call from Chicano Ledza in the hijack with Queen 10. So dominated. Halama's woke up with pocket 9s in the small blind and he's going to squeeze. MJ gets the rest of his short stack in the middle and that will probably force out Chicano Ledza. And we're off to the races. Must have been a few of MJ's outs folded because he's down to 28%. No help for MJ on the ace 6-2 flop. He's going to need a jack or a 10. Eight of clubs, no help. And neither is the 7 of hearts river, and MJ takes his leave. King Queen for Chicano Ledza. Opens to 80k, 3.2 big blinds. Not sure what Lolo's thinking about, but yep, does send 5 high to the muck. So no action there for Chicano Ledza. King Jack for Chiquita in middle position. Wants to see Bogdanov's stack in the big blind, and Bogdanov has become rather short. I think he's on about 9 or 10 maybe. But no action again, raise and take. And yeah, 91,000 for the win, 55,000 for second. So a chunky 36k heads up in store. Spot at the final table, just under 7,000 euros. So 58 players left. Starting to get towards the nitty-gritty. Queen 9 for Lolol on the button, just under 8 big blinds. Giving it some thought. Looks like a last glance at the cards before they go into the muck. Queen 10 of clubs for Bogdanov in the small blind, and he gets his 7 bigs into the middle. Ibrahimi's got another pocket pair in the big blind, and he'll make the call. So it's a fair fight, but Bogdanov needs some help to stay in it. One of his queens is gone. And top set for Ibrahimi. Bogdanov almost drawing dead. Running clubs. 6%. And the Queen of Diamonds does confirm the end of the road for Bogdanov. Nice run from him. He'll head off to enjoy his beer and head for the payout desk. Couldn't really get anything going on the stream table. It was pretty card dead and just couldn't really get any momentum going. Unlucky to walk into a pair in the big blind there. Absolutely no choice but to move all in with the Queen 10 suited from the small blind. And Halama's going to open with Jack 9 suited. Middle position. Maybe some frustration starting to rise in Lol. He knows he needs to pick up some cards soon and just can't seem to at the moment. Chikonaledze defends the big blind with King 9. Ace 10, 3 flop, and a small c-bet from Halama will probably do the job here. Goes for 60k. And quick fold from Chikonaledze. Halama getting the best hand to fold there. Although the best hand didn't amount to much on that flop. The advantages of position and range advantage there. Ace 10 of clubs for Grapuso, nice hand in the hijack. More trash for Lol. And 9-6 for Chiquita Banana in the big blind. One of those sort of middle of the road hands that you're obliged to defend in the big blind versus a single raise a reasonable amount, or at some frequency anyway. 8 high flop. Grapuso with the backdoor clubs still ahead with ace high. He fires out a bet of 40,000. And Chiquita gets out of the way. And we have a new player at the table. Just sat down beside Grapuso. That is Rasmus Lundström of Finland. 1.6 million stack, so certainly somebody to challenge Grapuso at the top of the standings. $41k in recorded cashes on the Hendon mob, and looks like he'll be straight into the action against fellow big stack Grapuso. Grapuso opening pocket threes, early position. Lundström with ace king. Welcome to the table. First hand. The 3 bets to 150,000. Lol with ace 5. He'll be frustrated. First time he's seen anything close to resembling a decent hand on his short stack, but with this early action ahead of him, I'm sure he realizes it's not in great shape. does fold. Back to Grapuso. Does he want to try to set mine here? And he does make the call. Seven, 5-4 flop. Grapuso still ahead with the underpair. Now he picks up a gut shot. No spades for Lundstrom. And he does check it back. And there we go. Low end of the straight for Grapuso. Lundstrom now drawing to a chop on the board. A 3 or an 8. Don't think Grapuso will be giving Lundstrom credit for much 8x, considering the 3-bet pre-flop. Pocket 8s would seem to be the only likely possibility. Grapuso looking to get some chips into the middle now, 125,000. And Lundstrom is going to peel. Doesn't want to let go of Big Slick in the face of one bet after the flop was checked through, and there is the chop. So sick for Grapuso. He probably shouldn't have much 8x either. Again, pocket 8s, maybe 8-9 suited, 8-7 suited. Is a 3-bet pot. And he does move all in. Really nice play from Grapuso, recognising that it's just very unlikely that Lundstrom has an 8. And that is very, very nice play from Grapuso. Gets him off the chop pot. Goes over the 2.2 million mark, up to 2.2 million. Lundstrom gives him a look. But Grapuso is only focused on stacking up those chips. And yeah, that was really nice play. Really good understanding of ranges. Grapuso definitely had nearly all the pocket 8s. And I've been very impressed with what I've seen from Grapuso so far. Looks very solid. And Lundstrom has gone one better than Big Slick in his first hand at the table. He's picked up pocket aces. Min clicks it from early position. Let's see if he can get any action. Folded round to the blinds. Lupo gets rid of Queen Jack, but Halama is going to defend the big blind with 9-4 suited. And Lupo will be gutted to see Queen Jack 7 on the flop. And Lundström's going to continue. Bet of 55,000 into 135. And Harama quickly sends his cards to the muck. So Lundström finished 4th in the Battle of Malta 2025 this year in April, just a couple of months ago, for his biggest score of 35k. Another 600 buy-in type level. So I'm sure we'll be full of confidence. Oh, thanks for the raid, KO Poker LV. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoy the coverage. A few big stacks here. Been quite a few interesting hands already. And there's another new player at the table, Vasil Laba from Ukraine, playing 940,000. KO Poker LV, it's Richard Hayes here on comms. I'm a poker player, poker journalist, work for Poker News, World Poker Tour amongst others. And yeah, really pleased to be here. We'll be here the whole way through to crowning the champion tomorrow. Giaconoledza, Jack 10 suited in the hijack. Makes it 3.4 bigs. He does seem to like these big open sizes. Lupo on the button with pocket eights. And he moves all in for 20 bigs. Giaconoledza does ask for the count, but can't imagine he'll be interested in continuing. Hi to Kickerines in the YouTube chat. And KO Poker wishing everybody good luck. It's been a very friendly table thus far. Everybody in good spirits, having a chat, having a laugh. Being lots of cards exposed. Nobody seems to be too concerned about giving away too much information. And Lupo does get that 3-bet jam through. And that's never a bad result whenever you've got a medium pocket pair. Hectory, lots of cards exposed. Oh no, sorry, not exposed accidentally in terms of players tabling their hands unnecessarily after they've won the pot, you know, showing everybody what they had. Everybody being very, very honest, even whenever they've, you know, been asked what did you fold, they've given very truthful answers. No dealers, not rookies at Kings, some of the best in the world. And no, we're firing through the hands, as you'll see. Tens for Chiquita Banana. Opens from the hijack. makes it 3 big blinds. And Lundstrom with the ace-jack in the big blind. Definitely a potential 3-bet spot versus the hijack open. Do have to give Chiquita maybe credit for a tighter opening range off 26 bigs. Lundstrom's relatively new to the table. He's only been here a couple of hands, so he won't really have any prior history on Chiquita, who has been playing quite a few hands. And Lundstrom flops big, trip aces. Still going to look pretty good for Chiquita, and he does continue with 100,000 bet. Over half pot into the 185,000 pot. And Lundstrom decides to just move all in, and Chiquita snaps him off. Wow, and sees he's in terrible shape. Wow, that was so quick. I was just going to say, does Lundstrom raise or call here? You know, call's a nice option to keep all the worst hands in, bluffs in. But Chiquita's down to 2 outs, a 10 on the river, or he's out of here. And it's the 3 of hearts, and he wishes the table good luck. Wow, that happened so quickly. Looks pretty annoyed with himself. Chiquita Banana, yes, no, a nickname. There's a couple of players playing under a nickname here. But yeah, that was very interesting hand. Lundstrom getting absolute max value. I guess Chiquita putting him on flush draw maybe, or 8x. I mean, I don't think 8x, just check jams there. But yeah, Lundstrom, big beneficiary, and scoops a chunky pot there, almost a full double up. And here's Vasil Laba under the gun with the ace-jack. First time we'll get a chance to see him in action thus far. $151k in recorded hand and mob results for him, so clearly a extremely competent player. And Chicana Ledsda's come in with a 3-bet here to 100k, very small. Min clicked it. And Lol blinded away down to 6 big blinds, has just had absolutely nothing to get the stack in, has just been bleeding away chips, but nothing much he can do about it. And this is a very interesting 3-bet from Chicana Ledsda versus an under the gun open player who has literally just sat down at the table. Perhaps they have some prior history otherwise. And Laba, not convinced, goes for the 4-bet to 250. And you would think that will be the end of the road in this hand for Chicana Ledsda. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar slightly. And he does fold. So Laba, as I say, over 150,000 in Hendon Mob Cash's biggest result is a 4th place at the Kings of Talon main event in October 2024 for 40k. Ukraine producing lots of very strong players at the moment. Always seems to be quite big numbers off them at the tournaments I've been covering, and you know, guaranteed to be a few going deep. Very strong poker nation at the moment. Rapuso, chip leader at the moment at the table, almost neck and neck with Lundstrom. Opens King 9 from the cutoff. And Laba, same hand again, Ace Jack, this time in the big blind. And you would think versus cut-off open, potentially another 3-bet from him. And he does go for the re-raise to 200,000. Haven't really seen anybody playing back at Grapuso pre-flop thus far. Not sure this is a hand he'll want to continue with. And he does let it go. So, reasonably fast start at the table from Saba. Ace Jack, 2 hands in a row, and he takes them both down. I have a feeling Saba isn't going to be quite as forthcoming with information as to what his cards were as some of the players at the table have been up until now. Connell leads it. Looks like he's going to open Ace 5 under the gun. Did this before at a big size. He went like 4.3 bigs, I think I recall. Let's see what he's gone for now. 3.6. I mean, it's potentially asking for trouble from under the gun. He's got away with it thus far, but I don't think Lundstrom will be going anywhere with Ace Jack. That open size does make you reluctant to 3-bet, and he does get out of the way. And perhaps that is the advantage of those size, makes those better aces fold. But reasonably unorthodox. And Queen 9 suited is the best hand Lol has seen for quite some time, but again, he's going to have to let it go. Anytime he's had even anything remotely resembling a hand, there's been action ahead of him. And Giaconoledze does get that through.
They broke me here, so that's why I just trying to
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
like trying to get it into the chest. People have been asking me to do it the wing.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, if someone wants to watch tomorrow I know that if I take it, but today it's like some might want coaching.
Yeah, but today
But it's not as serious.
and often it's more interesting than the final day.
It's more action. Like, more exciting. It's just that you know that no matter what it won't like end. So
King 9 suited for Lupo under the gun.
don't play as much like happy.
Down to 50 players now. 5% of the field left. And Lupo does min raise it, 50k. And shake it ahead from Lol. You can see he's desperate to get his stack in the middle, but he just can't find a spot where it makes sense. And frustration starting to build. I'm sure he'll try to keep that under control. He's been very patient so far, has made the right folds. Giaconoledze defends 7-6 in the big blind. Lupo hits bottom pair and the gut shot on Queen Jack 9. And any kind of c-bet here should get that done, but he checks it back. Ace of diamonds. And Lupo's going to go for the delayed c-bet here. And that will get the job done. Should be getting a new player to take seat 1 shortly. Pocket 9s for Grapuso, early position. And that's blinds up to 30,000 now, 30,000 big blind ante. So Lol's stack has shrunk further. Looks like Ibrahimi's name has changed to a nickname. So we'll refer to him as Mr. B from now on.
Very good.
And Lupo can't defend. 8-3. So Grapuso up to 72 big blinds and ticking along nicely. Looks very calm, composed. Man after my own heart, Lundstrom, 5-4 suited under the gun +1. I love suited connectors as well. And 7-2 for Lolo, just continuing the pain of absolute trash. Ace Queen for Chikonaledze on the button. Quick 3-bet to 130,000, 4.3 bigs. Again, small size. And Lundstrom, probably is going to feel priced in here. It's a nice hand to peel. Plays well against hands like Ace Queen, Ace King. You can see it's almost a flip here, 50-50, and he does make the call. And Lundstrom does go ahead with bottom pair on the Jack 10-4 flop. Gut shot for Chikonaledze. And he checks it through. Lundstrom will very much like that 3 of hearts turn. If he was ahead on the flop, he's still ahead now. And he does come out to protect that hand. 70k into 335. Small, keeps hands exactly like Ace Queen, Ace King in, and the 2 is a brick. And Lundstrom's played this nicely. Might want to check it down and maybe go for a blocker size. Chikonaledze has opened the door for a bluff here for Chikonaledze with the check, and he is counting out chips. Is he going to go for it? He does go for it. And it's a tough spot for Lundstrom now. I mean, the reason he kept it small on the turn was to keep in exactly hands like this that might bluff the river. And Lundstrom's played that really well, really nicely. Knows exactly where he is. I think he was putting Chikonaledze on Ace Queen, on Ace King, exactly those type of hands. And it's a good call on the river from Lundstrom. Chikonaledze probably should have went bigger with a 3-bet pre-flop. Gave Lundstrom a really nice price to come along and see the flop. Then whenever Chikonaledze checks back the gut shot on the flop with that 3-turn, Lundstrom knows he's almost certainly good. Would have been interesting if Chikonaledze had jammed the river and put him to the test for the full amount, but the price wasn't enough to throw Lundstrom off his previous line of thinking, I don't think. Lol still waiting for the spot with 4 big blinds. King high. Not enough. Giaconaledze involved again. 2.5 from the cutoff with pocket threes. And he'll get some action from Grapuso in the big blind with King Queen. And Grapuso flops top pair, Queen Jack 6. And it does look like Giaconaledze is going to barrel at this. $125,000 into the 190 pot, and Grapuso's not going to be going anywhere with top pair. Makes the call. 8 of spades, turn. Giaconaledze does just check back. Doesn't fall into the trap. Not a great river for Grapuso. 9 of clubs does bring in the 1 card straight with a 10. And Giaconaledze does just give up on it. And Grapuso will be happy enough to take that. Giaconaledze drops beneath 20 bigs. And yet more trash for Lol. It's just so frustrating. He's going to be in the big blind next hand. He's going to have to put half of his stack in the middle with the ante, but 8-2. You're just going to have to hope you get something better in the next hand. Lava opens with ace 10. Mr. B with the ace jack of hearts in the next seat. Decides to just call. And Grapuso also with ace 10 of clubs in the small blind. He'll want to see a flop. So 3-way to the flop. Mr. B in great shape. And an ace in the window. So going to be hard to see how at least one of these players with ace 10 doesn't lose some chips. Case ace in the deck, out in the window. Checked to Mr. B. He bets 80k into 240. Grapuso check calls. And you would think Laba will want to see a turn as well. And he does make the call. Still three-way to the turn. And a relative brick in the 5 of spades. Mr. B jams for 17 big blinds. Around about pot size. And can Grapuso and Laba work out where they are here? Just flatted the early position open from Laba. And Grapuso does get out of the way. And Laba also makes the fold with ace-10, so 2 good folds, top pair in the bin from both players correctly. And they both look like very solid players. Lost the minimum there with top pair. So yeah, Lundstrom's started the session on fire since he sat down not so long ago. Ace king and aces in the first couple of hands. Made a really nice call on the river with 4th pair against Giacomo Ledza. 2.5 million, almost 90 bigs. And the Italian nickname player caught adrift at the bottom. Has been card dead for ages, but he's going to have to take a stand soon. Been impressed with Halama, Laba, Grapuso and Lundstrom. Certainly look like talented players. And the ladies for Mr. B, after taking that last pot, looking to go on a run here. Suited ace for Giacomo Ledza. Things have started to go southwards for him. Maybe a wee bit of frustration creeping in. Flicks in a calling chip. And King 7 for Lol, half his stack already in the middle. I think this may have to be it. 50% of your chips already in there. You're going to pay 0.5 big blinds in the small blind the next hand. Could potentially be looking at a triple up here, more than a triple up. probably is actually the best hand he's seen for a while, irrespective of those factors in play. Giving Mr. B presumably the stare down. He has been very, very patient thus far.
Two more chances.
But I think
Take your time.
with these stacks, he just doesn't have a choice. Is there potentially a pay jump coming up, maybe? Maybe stalling for that.
You will get it. I know. It's better.
Yes, I think there must be a pay jump coming up. And he does eventually stick the rest of his 90,000 stack in the middle, and Mr. B won't be able to raise. So we'll be three-way to a flop.
No. Like, this is 85. If you say call again, it's not. But you have to confirm it.
So the Italian lol all in, Mr. B and Chicona Ledza betting on the side. 8 high flop. Mr. B continues with 200k into 315, 2/3. Chicona Ledza asks what's the size and about. Folds, and Lolo's going to need a king or some running back doors for a straight. Does at least have one overcard. Eight of diamonds turn pairs the board, and it has to be a king on the river. And it's the 6 of clubs, double paired board. Mr. B takes the pot, moves up to 40 big blinds. Well played. Unfortunate, just didn't get any cards when he got short stacked. Waited as long as he could, but ran into a big hand there.
The reason I was doing this sometimes is because we're not, like, by rules, we're not allowed to comment on how much time somebody stays in a hand. It's like, obviously, everyone knows. I think you will be forgiven.
Some discussion from Lindstrom there
Just to avoid any issue.
about the stalling. I mean, if there was a pay jump, it's understandable.
Bring them a Red Bull or something. Or a shot of whiskey. Did you get? No. It's possible someone else was also tanking.
Lindstrom, not a fan of the tanking, as am I. In most cases, but there are certain circumstances where it's you perhaps have a little more leeway, and I think a pay jump is one of them. Lundstrom opening 8-7 from the button. Laba with the Doyle Brunson 10-2 suited, but does just slide his cards to the dealer. So I'm sure we'll be getting a replacement player shortly.
I wanted to say he's Roman, but I said he's Italian because I didn't want to be too on the nose. Yeah.
So on to hand 74 of the session.
I thought about it.
And there we do have a new player, Martin Grigor from Czechia, 825,000 stack. Rapuso opens with ace-10 in the hijack. And Laba with king-jack in the small blind. And looks like those are 3-bet chips he's counting out. He makes it 240k. So 6 big blinds for Rapuso to continue. Does have the best hand. Hijack against small blind. But quickly lets it go. And that's nice play from Laba. Attacking those later position opens. And he's taken every pot he's played thus far. Most of them unopposed. People folded in the face of his aggression. And he'll certainly be happy for things to continue like that. Gregor with 62k in tournament cashes recorded on his hand and mob. Best live cash of 15k. And yeah, seems to be a Rosvodov regular. So Halama opened with Jack 10, middle position. Min open. Laba on the button with Queen 9 suited. And he decides to just flat. Chikonaledze 4-2 of diamonds in the big blind, and he comes along, so 3-way to the flop. Queen high ahead for Laba on the ace 8-3 flop, but Halama is going to continuation bet with Jack 10, and that will do the job unless Chikonaledze wants to peel his wheel draw, but no, he quickly folds. Playing 7-handed at the moment at this table. Folded to Lundstrom in the hijack with Queen 7 suited. And he opens. Chikonaledze ace 7, 11 bigs, and he decides to ship it. I would think that will get through. Probably just a bit too much for Lundstrom, and he does quickly fold, no messing around. Chikonaledze starting to get a bit short now after being amongst the chip leaders for quite a while. Things have started to go in the wrong direction. Rapuso interested in Queen 10 off under the gun 1, and we may see another collision with Lundstrom with King Jack of diamonds. And he goes for the 3-bet to 180,000. And I think Raposo will pretty quickly dispose of that hand. Maybe opening a tad light from under the gun one there. Lundstrom, the only player at the table who covers him, not a player he wants to be getting involved in 3-bet pots with, out of position, with mediocre holdings, and definitely sensible fold. And Lundstrom's sort of establishing a bit of an image as the table captain at the moment, him and Vasil. And he's picking up some nice hands as well. 10-9 of diamonds. And he'll open again. And doesn't look like he'll get any action. Moves towards 2.8 million. And Cowboys for Martin Gregor in the cutoff. First time we've seen him get involved since he joined the table. Opens to 60k mid-open. Folded to Raposo in the big blind. 6-5 off, sorry. And he'll make the call. And an up and down straight draw for Raposo. Gregor with the overpair kings on the queen high board. Definitely a spot Raposo could decide to check raise. Gregor continues with a 1/3 size, 65k. Raposo does elect to just call. Picks up a pair of 5s on the turn. Does bring in a potential flush. Grigor with the king of spades. So probably won't be too concerned about that. Does decide to check it back, go for the pot control. And 4 pairs the board. So Gregor gets the check mark. And you would think Gregor will look for some
Either way.
thin value here, but does pair the board. Grapuso can have a lot of 4x, but yeah, Gregor does go for the river bet, 170,000. Oh wow, was that a... And Grapuso's gone for check raise. Puts Grigor to the test for the rest of his stack. Extremely aggressive line from Grapuso. Repping the 4x, repping the flush. Potential straights there, 6-8 as well in the big blind. Gregor does have a spade blocker. I mean, does he ever do this with just Queen X, with King Queen, Queen Jack? Horrible spot for Gregor. Grapuso can definitely have 5-4, pocket sevens. And Grigor has to ask himself, how often is Grapuso doing something like this, turning 5x into a bluff? Or how often is he doing it with queens? And Gregor does decide, gives him credit for either trip fours, the flush, the straight. So many hands that beat kings there, so can completely understand why they hit the muck. Some really nice play from Grapuso there. Was not expecting to see that, to be honest with you, on that river. So very well played. Yeah, let us know your thoughts on that hand. Probably the hand of the day so far. (10-9) suited again for Lundstrom. Again diamonds. Oh no, apologies. Previous hand. So folded to Grapuso in the small blind. King 3. And he completes. Standard play at these stack sizes. 2 big stacks at the table. And Lundstrom just checks back the 5-4. Grapuso still ahead with king high on the 10-9-6 flop. Probably sort of pretty equal in terms of range advantage. Does hit Grapuso's small blind limp range, does hit Lundstrom's big blind check back range. Grapuso turns the top pair king. And he'll lead out. 60k into 90k, and that will be the end of the hand for Lundstrom. So down to 38 players. Next pay jump is at 35, where from there onwards everybody will be guaranteed a €2,195 payout. Lundstrom and Grapuso out in front there. Gregor, Ciconoledza and Lupo quite tightly packed at the bottom. And then there's a big gap between the top two, and Halama, Laba and Mr. B in the middle. Folded to Lupo in the hijack. Six-4 of clubs goes in the muck. Grapuso on the button. King high folds. 9-5 for Lundstrom. 9-5 of clubs in the small blind. And he 3x's it to 90k. And Laba has to let go of 8 high in the big blind. Well covered by Lundstrom. Lundstrom leveraging that stack nicely there, picking up some dead money. So blinds now 20, 40k, 40k big blind ante. So you're looking at losing 100,000 every orbit at the moment. Lupo with the pocket threes. Raises from middle position. Puso having a think with ace-10. Lupo opening off quite a short stack, 14 big blinds. So it looks pretty strong. And Mr. B with King, Queen of Diamonds in the big blind, very pretty hand. And looks like he's just going to call. So off to the flop we go, heads up. Mr. B covering Lupo, almost double. And he does hit the front on the King. 7-4, monotone, all club flop. Nobody with a club in their hand. Lupo's going to c-bet. after it's checked to him. He goes for 75k. Mr. B makes a quick call, and you would think Lupo will know he's not in great shape. 9 of clubs is an interesting card. Potentially opens the door for Lupo to get Mr. B to fold the best hand. But the 4th club is just as scary looking for Lupo as it is for Mr. B. The ace of diamonds, an interesting river, and Lupo does decide to take that chance, and he jams the river and gets Mr. B to fold the best hand. So nice play, shows the bluff, I think. Tap of the table from Lundstrom, he appreciated that. Nice play from Lupo. Recognised that both the turn and the river were ugly cards for King X.
Is that one moment of glory?
A lot of glory, of chips.
That's
Don't have hands.
Lupo saying he doesn't want the glory, he wants the chips.
Oh,
by waiting. Yeah, exactly. By waiting, the moment was immortalized. It's not shame to fall.
No shame. No, for sure not. No. What can you do? You beat nothing.
I will abstain from this conversation.
Yeah, Lupo saying he had no showdown value, couldn't beat anything, so decided to go for it, and it worked well for him.
I didn't.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure. I'm already sure. I'm already sure.
How much do you have now?
Folded round to the blinds, and Conalezza will be delighted to get a walk with 9 high. So after this level there'll be a break, and then we will play 4 more levels in the day. Levels 23 through to 26. Unless, of course, we get down to a final table. Grapuso opening to 85,000 with Jack 9 suited, middle position. Folded round to Gregor in the big blind, but 9 high. And he sends that into the muck. Queen 10 of diamonds for Grapuso.
Waiting for 10 minutes to celebrate. Seriously.
Got your moment.
It's all downhill from here.
So now you were relieved and happy, and now it's fast. It's all the way up.
Oh, and Chiconaledze has woken up with a hand. He wants to stick his 12 big blinds in with King Queen suited. 12 bigs. Maybe just enough to get Grapuso to fold, but you know, he's probably doing exactly the same with all pairs, sort of 9s to 6s maybe. And he does make the fold just too much. I think probably if that was like a 9 big blind all in maybe, or 8 big blind all in, he probably is making the call, but just enough to get him off it. Pocket jacks for Laba. He'll certainly be entering the pot with these. Min raise. But not going to get any action, unfortunately for him. Folded round the loophole on the button, ace 3 of clubs. Raises the 80,000 and Grapuso has King Queen in the big blind. Decides to call. Both players miss the Jack 8-6 flop, so Lupo still good with the ace high. He continues with a bet of 65,000. 2 overcards, back doors for Grapuso. May not want to give up on this just yet, and is going to peel a turn. And pretty much the best card Grapuso could have asked for if he wasn't going to hit a king or a queen. Gives him the up and down. And he's going to get to see a free river. And he does get there with the queen top pair on the river. And looks like Grapuso's going to give Lupo a chance to bluff at this. Checks across to him. But Lupo doesn't fall into the trap. And another pot goes to Grapuso. Up to 2.6 million. 67 big blinds. Lupo underneath 15. And yeah, Grapuso's had a very solid day. Feels like he's probably won about, I don't know, maybe 75% of the pots he's played. Has picked up some nice hands as well, but has also pulled off some nice moves. That check jam against Grigor on the river, getting Grigor to fold kings on a queen high paired board. Flush potential situation. And as a result of that, Grigor's down to beneath 9 bigs. Knows he's going to have to make a move soon, but now is not the time. With 8 high. Lupo with ace jack, 14 bigs in the cutoff, and he moves all in. Grapuso interested, asks for a count, ace 10. Has him just pipped. I think probably slightly too much for Grapuso, but we'll see. Still has Lundstrom behind him in the big blind with a covering stack. Lundstrom doesn't look too interested right now, but don't know whether he has looked at his cards yet or not. Probably right on the edge for Grapuso. I think if he has ace jack, it's a snap call. And he does make the call. So Lupo looking good for a potential double up at the moment. Lupo giving Halama a fist pump. Oh, and that is a terrible card. 10 in the window. Puts Grapuso in front. Queen 7. 2 of hearts. Lupo does have the ace of hearts. Also has the gut shot. Plenty of outs. 9 outs. But it's the 6 of clubs. And that is a harsh way for Lupo to exit. looks pretty disgusted with the run out, especially with the ace of hearts on the turn. It's the hope that kills you. Yeah, top 40 finish for him, so another good run. Wishes everybody good luck. Has been a nice positive presence at the tables, full of smiles, full of chat, and wish him all the best for the rest of his year.
No, it's me. Yeah, it was you. It was you. You missed it. It's me. Sorry.
Quickly folded round. Drew Grapuso on the button, pocket tens, very powerful hand on the button. And new player, Andre Marr, in the big blind. Czechia sitting down with 1.695 million, 42 bigs. King 6 flop. Grapuso well in front. And Marr's going to peel the ace high. Perfectly reasonable peel, and another king on the turn, which is only going to increase Marr's thoughts that ace high might be good. 370 pot, and Grapuso comes out quite a chunky size of 250. And Marr does stick around. Clearly does feel there's a good chance ace high is good here against the wide button open range. 3 of clubs river. Nothing really to concern Grapuso. Very unlikely that Marr has the case king. And Grapuso is going to go for 3 streets. And I mean, if Marr thought the ace high was good on the flop and turn, then the 3 is unlikely to change things. I can certainly see him making a hero call here. Thinking it through. Just sat down at the table, so doesn't really have any prior info to go on. Gives Grapuso a glance. It's a sort of half pot size. Pure bluff catcher obviously, for Mar, but big blind against button. Ranges will be wide. He is facing a triple barrel though. He doesn't want to fold by the looks of things. And he does make the call, and he'll be showing the bad news. Full house for Grapuso. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't mind that hero call from Mark, and definitely you can see his thought process. It's a perfectly reasonable one. But on that occasion, Grapuso had the goods. Yeah, let us know if you have any thoughts on that hand. That was an interesting one. Zach Lupo acting like if he stands there long enough, he'll get some chips back. Yeah. It's never nice whenever you have to leave the poker table after a long sesh. Oh no, I think he just wanted to wish everybody good luck, and yeah, it's been quite a fun table. Everybody seems to have got on well. Been plenty of chat, plenty of banter. And Grapuso into the action again. King 4 suited from the cutoff. Mar with another hand. Ace 10, and he is going to jam, I think. Did he move all in there? Yes, all in triangle in front of him there. 20 big blinds, and that'll be too rich for Grapuso. Big yawn from Lundstrom. The last 2 weeks' exertions starting to catch up to him a wee bit maybe. It is always very intense whenever you're, playing 10, 12-hour sessions, 13-hour sessions for days on end. It can catch up to you. And it'll be a relatively quick turnaround before the final day tomorrow. Kick off tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European time. So with the half-hour delay on the stream coverage will start at 1:30 p.m. Central European time. Pocket nines for Gregor. 9 big blinds. You would think an automatic all-in. And he does move in after a bit of thought. Laba asks for a count. He's got pocket sixes. 23 big blinds behind in the small blind. And he does make the call. Sorry, rejams for 22 big blinds, and that will force out Mr. B with King Deuce in the big blind. So Gregor looking good for a double up here. 3-1 favourite. Two outs for Lava at the moment. All diamond flop. Nobody has a diamond. Queen 5-4. 5 of spades on the turn. And the King of Hearts completes the board. So double up for Gregor. Up to 20 bigs. Lava down to 15. Still room for play. Pretty standard hand. Played itself really. And Grapuso has really stormed ahead in the last 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so, over the 100 big blind mark, over the 4 million mark, and now with a almost 40 big blind lead over Lundstrom in second. And then, yeah, very tightly packed between third and eighth at the table there. You would think in the next level, those stacks will really start to come under some severe pressure. Degant on the Twitch chat, awesome festival, guys. Thanks very much. Yep, no, it's been a huge success. Know how hard all the guys have worked to put it together and make the experiences as pleasurable as they can for all the players. So yeah, hopefully everybody's enjoyed themselves. Not everybody kind of won a bit of money, but at the least, hopefully everybody enjoyed themselves. And Mar with King Queen in the cutoff. Heel min open. Mr. B with ace-6 of diamonds in the small blind. Potentially a 3-bet bluff spot. Blocking ace-king, blocking the better aces. Suited ace out of position, 20 bigs. Does decide to just call though, and Chiconaledza has woken up with a pocket pair in the big blind, and he's going to rip the 15 bigs. Mar with over 320k in recorded tournament results, so an accomplished player. Nearly all of those have been in the Czech Republic, Rozvadov, EPT Prague. And he does make the call. pure 50-50.
I saw the first and I was like,
And 8 high, all spade flop. Mar with the queen of spades. Giaconoledze with the 9 of spades. So some extra outs picked up for Mar. And he is now favourite. 3 of clubs is a brick. Giaconoledze will be hoping to see another one. Can he dodge the river? And it's the king of hearts. And that is the end of the road for Giaconoledze. Sort of felt it was always going to be tough for him to hold on after that monotone flop. And that's a nice pot for Mar to take down, and he'll be a dangerous player with some chips, I'm sure. And ace 10 under the gun for Halama. And he moves all in for his 16 bigs. Doesn't look like he'll get any action.
Sitähän kuulin, kun siellä oli alhaalla, niin sitähän kuulin. Se kuuluu tänne. Ai tänne. Siellä kuuluu aika hyvin, vaikka mulla oli luurit sisällä, kun se oli toisella.
Legend clips the river, haha, yeah, no, cruel one, cruel one. That's just the way it goes sometimes. Rapuso, Barry Greenstein under the gun. Always amazes me that anybody has Ace Queen as their favourite hand, to the extent that it gets named after them. It's the tourney killer for me. And Laba in the hijack with Ace 10. 15 bigs. Doesn't look so great against the under the gun open range. And does decide to let it go. King Jack for Gregor in the small blind. He gets out of the way as well. Again, doesn't look great against an under the gun open range. Halama in the big blind with the 8-7. And he decides to give it up as well. So there'll be a 15-minute break in a couple of hands. And then we'll come back for our last stint of the day. King 9 suited for Mar, under the gun +1. Ace deuce spades for Lava. And there is another player sitting down. That is Georgi Surmava from Georgia, sitting down with 1.17 million. And 7 deuce for Grapuso, sorry, in the big blind, and that'll hit the muck. Surmava with 21k in recorded tournament results, biggest cash 5k. Down to 33 now. So starting to get towards those last 3 tables when pay jumps do start to increase and when people start to dream of lifting the trophy. Surmava's first hand at the table, Ace Jack. $29 big blind stack. Wow, folds. Wow, it's open folds. Maybe didn't fancy getting involved in the first hand he'd sat down, but bit of a strange one. And Gregor has jammed pocket 7s from the cutoff for 17 bigs. Fives go in the bin from the next player, and Lundstrom gets rid of Ace 2. Fours for Lava under the gun, but lets them go off his 15 big blind stack. Not really a hand you want to be getting involved with off that stack size from that position. Halama, you see it. 15 bigs in the cutoff. And he does decide to move all in. And Lundstrom has woken up with the ladies in the small blind. Does ask for the count. But this looks like it could be bad news for Halama. Racked up an impressive set of results at the festival. Tops the leaderboard at the moment. And he does 3-bet. Mar quickly gets out of the way. And Halama sees the bad news. And there will be a break after this hand. And top set for Halama on the Queen 5-2 flop. Halama with backdoor outs to the flush. And 2 diamonds does keep those hopes alive. Oh no, sorry, full house for Lundstrom. And Halama is drawing dead. Jack of hearts completes the board. Halama gives Lundstrom hand a shake, wishes everybody good luck, and heads off. And that is the break. Grapuso still with a chunky lead. Lundstrom chasing him, and then Laba bringing up the rear. So we'll be back in 13 or 14 minutes. Do join us on the other side. We'll see you then. Thank you. Welcome back to day 2 of the festival main event. Coming back for our final few levels of the day. Here is our feature table. Giuseppe Grapuso, been going on a bit of a charge for a while, building up a 4.12 million stack, good for 82 big blinds. And he's got a reasonable lead over Rasmus Lundström in second. Andre Marr third at the table, and then Lava, Mr. B and Gregor quite tightly packed at the bottom. Zermava just joined the table just before the last break, so haven't had a chance to see much of him in action yet. Blinds are at 45-minute levels. Tomorrow they'll be increased to 60-minute levels for the final day. $550 buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed prize pool. Prize pool up towards 580,000. And 92,000 for the win. Spot at the final table worth just under 7,000 euros. So first hand back, 32 players left. Sir Marva with Ace Jack, and he's just going to rip it for 23 bigs. We saw him fold Ace Jack at his first hand at the table, with no action ahead of him. But he's not going to get any customers. Blinds up to 25, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante. Thanks for sticking with us into the wee hours. Feel free to get involved in the chat. Comment on any hands. Let us know who you're supporting. Folded to Mar on the button with Ace 3. Asks to see the big blind stack. Mar, the most accomplished player at the table, 320,000 in tournament cashes. taking a fair bit of time to decide what he wants to do with this. Decides to move all in with the covering stack. Laba does have a better ace in the small blind. Can he find the call? 9 bigs. You've got to think Mar would just be opening his premium hands here. But Laba decides reluctantly to wait for a better spot. And Mr. B is not going to get involved with 10 high. So Mar takes those blinds down. When you're the short stack, you never really want, well, it's never ideal to be calling off with those kind of mediocre hands. You'd obviously prefer to be the one who's starting the action, getting things going. But button against small blind, definitely a hand he could have potentially decided to go with. But here we go, he's woken up with ace queen. His patience has been rewarded. And he'll certainly be happier getting his chips in this spot than the previous one. And Samarva does have an ace in the big blind, a suited one. Asks for the count. Counts out the chips. And he does make the call. Going to be shown the bad news. We'll need some diamonds. Low wheel draw type boards. Or of course a cheeky 4. And that is a good start. Laba top pair, but Surmava has the flush draw. King of spades. Turn is a brick. And Laba needs to dodge a diamond or an ace. Sorry, a diamond to double. And it is the 8 of spades. Laba up to 20 bigs. Showing the benefits of patience there. Elected to fold ace 6 versus Mar's button shove in the previous hand. Although we could see he was dominating the check player. And he'll be a dangerous player with 20 bigs. 150k in hand and mob cashes. Knows his way around the tournament table. And definitely capable of causing some damage to the other players. Pocket fives for Lundstrom. Under the gun one. Has the benefit of being to Grapuso's left, so we'll know every hand if the only player who covers him is going to be involved, apart from whenever Grapuso is in the big blind. In the blinds and on the button. Tens for Laba. And he does move all in for his 20 bigs. And don't think Lundstrom will be getting involved here. Laba, not a player. He'll want to double up again, and he does very quickly send his worst pocket pair to the dealer. Good play from both players. King 9 suited for Lundstrom under the gun, and he'll come in with another open. Lundstrom gets, Saba gets rid of ace 5. Round to Grapuso in the big blind, ace 8, he'll defend. And the two big stacks colliding here, and an interesting flop top pair for Lundstrom. Up and down, straight draw for Grapuso. Grapuso also has the ace of hearts, 2 hearts on the board, so could definitely see a big pot brewing here, and Grapuso's going to lead out, trying to set the price to see the turn. I like that lead. Board favours the big blind defend range. Going to have more 2 pairs. Under the gun, of course, has all the over pairs. And 2 of hearts turn is a very interesting very interesting turn. Gives Grapuso the nut flush draw, and I wonder, will he go for the same strategy, try to set the price? Will he size up, try to take the pot down now? Goes for 190,000, just under half pot, about 40%. So similar sort of sizing strategy on the flop. Wants to try to take control of matters. Not really a turn that Lundstrom wants to raise, probably, and obliged to make the call with top pair. And Grapuso does get there with the 1 card. Flush, not flush. And checks it back nicely over to Lundstrom. Bit of deception. And he doesn't take the bait, unfortunately. Probably unlikely Lundstrom would have been putting any more chips in the middle there, even if Grapuso had have come out with a small river bet. Maybe a tiny one. He might have got something more out of Lundstrom, but decided the better way to try to get more money in the middle was to signal weakness to Lundstrom. But he found a nice check back there. So again, another hand both players think played quite well. Hi Lex ODS in the YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And yeah, I think Lundstrom on that one will be quite happy. The pot stayed quite small. Lost the minimum with top pair. Only put money in whenever he was good. Didn't put any in whenever he was behind. Folded to Gregor with Queen 10 here on the button. 14 bigs. Decides to move all in, hoping to get it through. Grapuso quickly folds. Better hand, King High. And Lundstrom folds a better hand as well, Queen Jack. So that will definitely please Gregor. Still has a stack where he has a good amount of fold equity, so when that's the case and you do have a chance of getting better hands to fold, folded to you on the button, definitely a good spot to try to take some dead money, and that's exactly what Gregor did. Big slick for Surmava, 15 bigs. Does he want to just get it in, or does he want to try to induce some action? He does just go for the min raise. 3x's it, sorry, 150k. And Gregor has Ace Jack behind him. Does just cover Surmava. High Jack against cutoff. Asked to see Surmava's remaining stack. Feels like a all-in or fold spot. Flat doesn't feel great against 3 bigs off Gregor's 17 bigs flat. Sorry, 17 big stack. And he does decide to move all in. And Surmava won't be going anywhere. And is going to be in great shape for a double up. Gregor will be left on fumes. And Gregor knows once he gets the snap call, that it's unlikely to be good news. Sermava up out of his chair. And here comes the flop. Ace 7-4, all diamonds. Nobody has a diamond, so running diamonds for a chop is a possibility. 7 of spades takes that out of the equation, and it's going to have to be a jack or a 7 for the chop, or an ace, and it's the 8 of clubs. Sermava gets a big double up for him, up to 33 big blinds. Nice playable stack. Is Gregor already away from the table? I think he did have slightly more. Yeah, I think they're going to have to call him back. I've done that a few times myself. You think you're a goner, and then you hear voices shouting after you. Depends how many chips there are as to whether or not it's it's too much of a blessing. If it's like less than a big blind, you're sort of like, oh, wish they had just killed me. If it's sort of 3 big blinds, 4 big blinds, then you know you still got a chance. I think Gregor has maybe 2.5, something like that. Still 30 left. Pocket 9s for Sermava. Is he going to put the final nail in Gregor's coffin? Gregor, 6-4 suited, decides that's not the one. And Laba just gets out of the way with 10 high in the big blind. So 2 in a row for Sermava. Queen 5, 1.2 bigs for Gregor. He's got one more hand after this until he's in the big blind and will be forced all in. Decides to wait and see what that last hand will hold for him. Pocket 3s for Grapuso. Min clicks it to 100k. And Mr. B with an ace in the big blind. 11 bigs. Knows chip leader Grapuso will be opening the hijack quite wide. Decides to just call. And Mr. B hits the front with a pair of sevens. Second pair on the king high board. Capuso is going to range bet it. 75k. Mr. B does check call. And turns two pair. And decides to just jam. I would have liked to have seen a check there, to be honest. Makes it an easy fold for Capuso. The ace does hit Capuso's range. You feel like he probably would have unleashed the double barrel if it was checked to him. Thinking possibly can get King X to fold now. So maybe losing out on some value there. But does take down the pot. Gant, how many players left and what do we play down to today? So you can see the ticker for players left in the corner there, although it's just disappeared. Commentator's curse. So I think there was 30 last time we checked. And the plan today is to play to the end of level 26. So we started level 23 there after the break, or a final table, I would guess, whichever is earlier. 28 players left there now. You can see the ticker in the top right hand corner there. So yeah, definitely possible we could get down to the final table of 9 in the course of the next 3-4 levels. Maybe more likely 2 tables left for the final day tomorrow. We'll resume, or stream coverage will resume at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, Central European time. And Gregor has moved the rest of his 1.2 big blind stack into the middle with Queen 3 of hearts. Mar has 3-bet from the cutoff with Jack 10 off, and that will isolate his opponent. So Gregor ahead, needs the double up to stay in it. Still ahead after the ace king 9 flop. Doesn't want to see a queen now. That would give Mar a straight. 2 bricks will do him nicely. 8 of hearts is a great card, gives Gregor the flush draw. 71% favourite. But the 10 on the river gives Mar the pair of 10s. Very rough river there, considering the turn. I'm sure Gregor was thinking he had that pretty much sewn up, but as is so often, the river can be a killer. So down to 6 on the feature table. I'm sure we'll get another player in shortly. And yeah, if anybody's thinking of a little poker trip over the summer, definitely check out the festival schedule, the King schedule, lots of great stuff going on. Ace 7 for Mr. B on the button. Quickly folds. Ace 10 for Sirmava in the small blind. Almost like Mr. B knew. Yes, next festival in Malta, that's right. Yep, always great events there, great stops. Beautiful place to play poker. And Sirmava raises it up to 200k from the small blind. Chunky 4 big blinds. Grapuso does have King 6. You do normally want to go a bit bigger from the small blind if you decide you're going to raise, and that gets the job done for Sirmava. So 26 left now, just 2 away from the 3-table redraw. Actually, to be fair, I'm not sure if it's a redraw or if they just break a table, but we'll shortly be down to the last 3 tables. Everyone will have locked up €2,555 at that point. And Grapuso's turn to raise from the small blind. 175k into Lundstrom with the same hand. King 10. And Lundstrom does make the call. 7-6-4. Two diamonds, neither player holding one themselves. Checked across to Lundstrom. He checks it back. Jack of clubs on the turn. Maybe a card Grapuso feels he can represent, and he does reach for some chips. $275 into the 400k pot. Chunky size, and difficult to see how Lundstrom can continue. And nice play from Grapuso, taking that pot away from Lundstrom with the same hand. Raposo just getting some refreshments in. Been a long day. Laba having a think under the gun with ace 8. Let's it go. Folded round to the blinds. Lundstrom with Jack 10. $150k. Mar with a pretty ugly looking 5-4 off. And does decide not to get involved on that one. Ace Jack for Lundstrom on the button. Lovely hand to wake up with. And Mar. Ace Queen suited in the small blind. And this could potentially get ugly. Automatic 3-bet. Goes for 375,000, 7.5 bigs. Laba gets out of the way in the big blind. Definitely feels too good to fold. Ace Jack. Button against small blind. And Lundstrom will peel a flop. And this could potentially be a very interesting hand. Is a complete brick flop of 7-3-2. You would think Mar will continue with a 25% size. 300k into 850. And I think Lundstrom probably is obliged to call once, see what the turn brings. Ahead of King Queen. Weaker aces that will 3-bet from the small blind. Turn is another brick. And it will be interesting to see if Mar double barrels or shuts down here. Does go for the check. I think all options open for Lundstrom. Don't mind the check back, pot control. Don't mind a bet here. Goes for a smallish size. 275 into 1.45. Mar makes the call. 10 of hearts. Mar still good. Both players left with ace high on the river in a 3-bet pot. And can Lundstrom find the turn and river double barrel here to make Mar fold the best hand? He can't. And Mar confidently turns over ace queen, and he is indeed good.
It's alright. Are you leaving?
And I think I've had some information that they're going to stop for the day at the final 3 tables, so one more elimination. So slightly earlier finish than planned today, likely. Shermava opening to 100k under the gun with pocket fives. Rapuso in the hijack with king queen. And Laba with pocket sixes in the small blind. Rapuso did go for the 3-bet to 300k. And that's enough to get Laba to lay that down. And back to Samarva. And he does peel. 2 pair for Grupuso. Difficult to see how Sermava puts any more in the pot here. By flatting the 3-bet from under the gun, Sermava certainly does still have aces, queens, kings potentially in the range. Maybe more likely aces and kings. Getting trappy, but can't see how Sermava be very funky if he goes down that road of trying to represent those really premium hands. I think it's pretty unlikely. And he does seem to like a final peek at his cards before he chucks them, and that's exactly what he does. So one more player to go before play finishes for the day. Levels increased to 60-minute levels tomorrow. Blinds now up to 30-60 with a 60k big blind ante. So really starting to hurt now. 150,000 in orbit. Lundstrom with Queen 10 from the hijack. Another low pocket pair for Lava. Let go of sixes in the last hand. Saw him 3-bet jam 10s earlier against the Lundstrom Open. May well see him pull the trigger here. And he does ask for the triangle. The chips go into the middle. And can't see Lundstrom having any interest in this. And he does quickly let it go. No nonsense. Been impressed with Lundstrom. He's played well. Aggressive. Seems to know where he is in pots most of the time. Made a great call with 4th or 5th pair by the river. Against Giaconoledze's bricked ace queen. Oh, somebody's hit the jackpot. The feature table is right beside the slot machines. So somebody hit it last time I was commentating, so nice end to the weekend for somebody. Mr. B, pocket fives on the button, 11 bigs. Interesting, decides to just flat. Very interesting. And Grapuso has 10s in the big blind. Wow. He moves all in. And Mr. B's actually done well here, leaving himself room to get away from this. Don't know if he will. Pocket pair, 11 bigs, but button against big blind. Personally, I would have jammed it, and the cards would already be on their backs, and I'd probably be heading for the exits, but and he does get away from it,
Pocket 5.
and that's ended up working out very well for him. Grapuso doesn't believe him. He's like, surely, he's thinking surely you shove pocket five from the button, but I'm not sure anybody believes he had pocket fives, but they'll see on the stream. He's a man of his word. But yet, Mr. B lives to fight another day. Or another hand at least. I think pretty sure that's the first limp we've seen pre-flop apart from small blind against big blind. And now with ace-8 in the cutoff, what's he going to do here? And decides to fold. Grapuso with ace-7 in the small blind. Three X's it to 180k, and Lundstrom also has an ace in the big blind. These two have been at the top of the pile for most of the day, but Lundstrom's taken a bit of a hit towards the end of it, and he does just move all in, and that puts Grapuso in a really tough spot. Does have the best hand, but it's a lot of chips to call off. It is small blind against big blind, and there is always the potential for these spots to get out of hand, ranges to get wide, but you can also level yourself almost. Sometimes in these spots. Still 25 left in a big tournament. He's not going to be, or is unlikely to be, doing it light. These two have had a few battles throughout the day. I think both have a healthy respect for each other's game. And I really wouldn't blame Grapuso for deciding to wait for a better spot. Even though we can see he does have Lundstrom crushed. Very interesting spot here for Grapuso, and he does make the fold. I think that's good play from both players. You know, I guess if you're Grapuso, you have to ask yourself, does he do that with King Queen? Does he do that with all the worst aces? Does he do that with sixes and below? And you know, even if it is sixes and below, do you really want to take the flip? When you're in a very healthy position, as Grapuso is at the moment. So yeah, some good poker all around there, I think. And Grapuso with King 8 of diamonds on the button. Automatic open. Mar in the big blind, Queen 10. Defends. Seven, 7-3. Paired board flop. Grapuso still ahead with King High. And he'll continue for half pot, 165 into 330. And Mar quickly releases the worst hand. Quick look at the chip counts while there's a dealer change. Grapuso still well ahead, 4.9 million, 83 big blinds. Mar has moved into second now, 2.75 million, 46 bigs. Lundstrom has lost a bit of his stack, but still healthy enough, 27 big blinds, 1.6 million. And then Mr. B bringing up the rear, 10 big blinds. Saw he dodged a bullet there a couple of hands ago by limp folding pocket fives from the button in the face of Grapuso's jam with pocket tens from the big blind. And jacks for Srmava. early position. Which is effectively the hijack playing six-handed. Three X is it? And Grapuso comes in with the 3-bet with ace 10, 400k. Just over a click back. Lava gets rid of ace 8. And Surmava just makes the call. Flop comes king high. Surmava still in front, but only with second pair out of position. And you would think the reason that he flatted pre was because he was worried about hands like king X, ace X. So I think six-handed it would have been perfectly fine for him to 4-bet jam there with the jacks pre. Head in his hands with the option. How does Grapuso read into this? Checks across. And Grapuso is going to interpret that as weakness. Bets 250 into the 950k pot. And that decision to flat pre to the 3-bet has put Surmava in a tough spot here. But he is going to go for the check raise, and it will work nicely. Hard to see how Grapuso makes the call here. And that was an interesting one from Surmava. Don't know if he was... Gives a bit of a fist pump there. Don't know if he was sort of going through the Hollywood acting charade there with some of his movements there. The head and the hands. The taking a long time to check. As first to act. And then relatively quickly going for the check jam. Seems like he knew where he was. And that's definitely an interesting hand. Well played. Grapuso picking up hands, king queen in the hijack. Mr. B, King 2 in the big blind. Not going to get involved with that. Grapuso's played very well today. Hasn't really put a foot wrong as far as I can recall. And Grapuso putting the foot down now, leveraging that stack. One more player to bust before they finish for the day. And Lundstrom has ace-jack in the hijack under the gun 1, six-handed. And he has announced all in. Triangle flipped in front of him. Mar quickly gets rid of King Queen. And I'm sure this will be a quick fold from Grapuso. On to the 120th hand of the session. And pocket jacks for Andre Mar. Makes it 1-2-5. Lava, ace-5 of clubs. Solver's favourite 3-bet bluff hand. Never looks great versus an under the gun open though. And 18 bigs. And he does go for the rip. And this may be it. One player. Oh, looks like we've lost a player on the outer tables, so we're down to 24 in any event. So this will be the last hand no matter what happens here. And Mar takes a quick final peek at his cards, makes the call. Lava sees the bad news. Single overcard to the pocket jacks. top set for Mar, wheel draw for Laba, along with backdoor clubs. And clubs do come in with the queen of clubs. 8 outs, 21% for Laba. But it's the queen of hearts to fill Mar up. Laba exits. Well played. Good run from him. Played very well. Maybe will slightly regret that last hand, but Ace-5 suited definitely in the 3-bet bluff candidates. So I think that is the end of play for the day. We'll be returning tomorrow. Stream coverage commences at 1:30 Central European time. So please do join us then. Looks like there'll be 22 or 23 players left. Playing down to a winner. See who can bag the 92,000 first place prize. Rapuso will certainly fancy his chances, as will Mar. That's a very nice end of the session for him. And thanks for joining us today. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.